You guys got me talking before we got in here. I got off my game. I didn't get to write down all my notes. You bad girls, bad people. Uh-huh. Took my eye off the ball for a minute, I did. Back on it here. Shameful.
Okay. In Simon's absence, which I didn't know he was going to come here, so I'm under a bit of pressure tonight. But, so I'll call this meeting to order and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so tonight we're going to operate under Rick's Rules of Order, so this meeting will be a lot shorter than normal.
Thank you.
So,
I make a motion to approve that immediately. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we're good.
okay, will you call the roll, please?
Deborah Drown. Here. Teresa Dunaway.
Here.
Rick Maines.
Present.
Simon Patry is absent at the moment. And then Ian Secor.
Here.
We do have a quorum. We can begin the meeting.
Okay. Item 1C, approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion for approval of the agenda?
Motion. Second.
Any comments?
I do. I would like to add something to section 2, which would be, oh wait, hang on, sorry. I apologize for that. Wrong section. Oh, did it change? I read it this morning. Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry, Melanie. 4, which would be 4C, if I get a second. 4B is treasurer goal updates, and I would like to do superintendent goal updates, if I can get a second. If I don't,
I'll second.
okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, so it changes, but okay. And then, okay. I was a little confused on the wording of 5A, old business architect. It says approval of the architect selection as recommended by the facilities committee. So do I need to make a motion for one of them, or that's just worded really awkwardly and I'm not really sure what we're doing? Are we voting tonight?
Yes.
Okay,
The facilities committee was meeting on Friday.
that's fine. It's not on the,
As we
Sure.
were releasing the draft agenda to the community.
okay,
So we had to go through our conversations at the facilities meeting, so we didn't put a specific.
understood.
Once we make our report,
Okay,
it'll be very evident what the recommendation is.
Okay.
And then.
so
and
I
the
would
board's
just
thing would
like to,
be Make an approval to, then you can name the person when you
Okay.
say the actual motion.
I'm willing to go right now and make a motion to approve Garmin Miller, to add that to 4D. That way it's already done, it's on there, it's official. So it would be motion to vote on Garmin Miller to be the architect for the new facilities plan.
Which one are we on?
It would be 4D, old business.
I'll second.
No, 5A.
Oh, sorry, 5,
It's on there, just showing the reword the recommended action.
right. And then I still have things, but do you want me to continue? I don't want to overstep you, Mrs. Brown. Do you want to jump in? Okay. Also on, if we look at 2A, okay, they got added. Mine is just showing the executive content. So sometimes I can't tell because my computer is different than just the community member looking at this.
Yes.
You know, I'm a stickler for attachments. Is our community able to see the state report card?
They will.
Okay,
Once we open the
perfect.
agenda.
That's what I wanted to
We'll let
know.
the public.
Because right now it's executive. Okay, thank you.
That was done
that-
just out of respect that if the board wanted to take a peek at it before
Yeah.
I presented it, but as I'm presenting,
Sure.
it'll become public.
Yeah, it's not on the website anymore, the school website. And I know we've been talking about it for a while now. So a lot of parents like to pull things up and go along. I couldn't find it on the website today. If it's there, I'm sorry, but I could not find it. I just wanted to make sure it got out of executive. The
Which
state
one?
report card, the Tipp Schools page. The state report card isn't on there.
On our website, or?
Correct.
Okay.
Tipp
no,
City Schools page.
Yeah, the link to the state thing has not been put on our website yet. We're gonna add that on.
Yeah, definitely. I think we should,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
especially because we're having a presentation
Mhm.
and we're proud. So, that's all I have. So, Mrs. Jerome, do you have anything? Kind of monopolize the time.
And you have anything?
Yes, I do. I would like, if I can get a second, as a discussion item, I would like to add policy 6550, travel payment and reimbursement, as a follow-up to the auditor's suggestions.
I'll second.
So that would be item 4C then,
I
I think we're like up to
think
4D.
so. Would it
4D.
I think we're 4E.
4E? Okay.
No, D, just D, just D. The other one was 5A, so it was already there.
Oh, that's policy 6550, travel payment and reimbursement.
I'll second. Did I already say that?
Mhm.
Casey didn't hear.
Any other comments?
I think I'm good.
Okay, do we need to vote on that?
So I guess my question is, as I was adding these items, some were first and second, and I mean, you know, the second and third and fourth one were Ann and Teresa together. So I have separate motions for all these. Is that we're voting on individual ones, or is this gonna be?
We already got a motion in a second to add the items, so we're fine. That's what we don't have to
One
like,
vote?
yeah, motion in a second, you're good.
If all the revisions are accepted, then the board votes the agenda through.
Mhm.
If the board votes it down, then they have to discuss why.
Each item?
Right now, we're still on 1C, but all those are like sub
As
items.
the presentations roll, I'll
Okay.
make sure the item is correct. I've got them in first and seconded, and then I'm gonna go ahead and combine the items as one motion,
Okay,
okay?
We're gonna log out and then.
So it would be first by Zakor, second by Dunaway. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
Yeah.
Maines.
yes. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 2, presentations. And we have 2A, district report card highlight. And we have presentation involved with that. So I'll start out with Superintendent Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Maines, and board. Fox, if you could roll the executive content from 2A into public as I'm making the presentation, that would be appreciated. At the last meeting, and through some board updates, the board received some preliminary information about the Tipp City report card that came from the state of Ohio. Before COVID, report cards came from the Ohio Department of Education every year. In 1920, when the spring COVID situation hit us and the schools closed down, they canceled accountability assessments for that year. So there was no report card that year. And then last year, we had a report card, but it wasn't a full report card. It was just educational data for the schools to use to address gaps that were created by the pandemic. But with this first release of a report card in 3 years and under a new format, Tipp City had a pretty remarkable start to the new report card. For district level grades, you would notice there up at the top, there are 5 categories in which stars were given. There is a 6th category, career readiness, but that will come in 2025, I believe. But if you look, there's only 2 slots available that don't have a star in them. So there's a grand total right now of 25 stars that are available for school districts. And Tipp City came out of the gate with the new report card with 23 stars in those 5 areas. Again, just by sheer math, you can either have 25 out of 25, 24 out of 25, or 23 out of 25. So that's the 3rd best ranking you could get. And there were only 31 schools in front of us that achieved either the 24-star ranking or the 25-star ranking on this first report card throughout the entire state. And there are about 610 school districts statewide. So it was a pretty good start for Tipp City Schools. An interesting piece in the middle of the front page is the performance index score. That is something that has remained through the revision of the report card. And you can see coming out of the pandemic, Tipp City had a very nice performance index score on this first report card. 97.4 was a full 20 points higher than last year when we just got educational data. And so it was 77.3, and it was about 15, 16 points higher than the last pre-pandemic performance index score that was achieved by Tipp City Schools. So that was a nice score to see. What that does is that weights all of the scores, regardless of what score you got on an assessment, whether you were advanced or whether you were down in needing improvement in the lower levels of of scoring on the test. You get a weighted piece to that, and that gives you your index score. Back in the day when before they made all these revisions to the report card, the target score that got you a district ranking of excellent was 100. An automatic ranking of excellent was 100. And so we're sitting right there at 97.4, which is a good spot to be in. I broke down the indicators in the next section. That's the data that fuels the 5-star ranking and the achievement on the top of the listing. You see that we have 14 out of the 20 indicators. We're at 80% or higher. That is the bar set by the state. You want to definitely get at least 80% of your students being proficient or higher on those assessments. We had 4 that just barely missed the 80% marker. And you see those there. And we had 2 that were still in the 60% range. And we have action steps in place to address those. Turning on to the next page, indicators continue. We have reached 17 out of the 20 indicators. They either exceed scores from our similar district group. So the state assigns a similar district. And so you look at population, you look at demographics of your population, and we had better scores in 17 out of those 20 indicators, and all 20 indicators were higher than the state average group. Look at the bottom there, there's another comparison to where we are now and where we were pre-COVID. We have 70% of the indicators were reached on this report card. 2018-19, we had 58.3% of indicators reached. I had to double check because there were 2 years where we had the exact same percentage of indicators reached. And then 2016-17, we only had 50% of the indicators reached. So post-pandemic, we did a nice job addressing the indicators and the state expectations. Progress rating. This is something that I've always advocated for, that if you keep students moving on a positive trajectory, you're going to get those achievement indicators going up. Green on the chart, and once folks can go to the state site, they'll see a chart of greens and blues and purples. Green says meets expectation, and so we're ranking the areas that are meets expectation or higher, and the below areas are those areas. The first one, tried to figure out a way to word that. There's a grades 4 through 8, all grades combined category for English language arts, math, and science. So that would be all the English language arts tests in 4 through 8 received green status or higher. When you combine all the math tests through 4 through 8, it was green status or higher. And when you combine the 2 science tests, grades 4 through 8, they achieved the green status or higher. And then the rest of the individual tests down the line there had green progress ratings or higher. And it was nice to see as the students go up in grades, all of the test areas at the high school level had positive growth. And so that was nice to see that we reached growth expectations or higher in all those tests. Something that contributes to that is gap closing. We had 5 out of 7 subgroups exceeded state performance expectations in both English language arts and math. And one thing that is a very positive is that our students with disabilities category achieved, they're one of those 5 categories in both English and math. So they met the growth targets that they were supposed to reach in a given year. And that has typically been a difficult one for districts because the students are dealing with some type of handicapping condition. So it's hard to keep them, moving forward and getting a year's worth of growth each year. But our interventions, are effective enough that we are reaching those expectations in Tipp City. Next category is graduation. Graduation, we exceeded the state and similar district comparison data. We're north of 95% graduation rate in the 4-year and the 5-year cohorts. And so that was nice to see that our students are completing their requirements and graduating successfully from high school. And early literacy, this is a category where in the past, there have been some a little bit confusing, possibly not clear criteria. And so they tried to change the criteria for early literacy. And we've listed the 3 criteria there. 82.3% proficiency rate on 3rd grade reading test, 100% promotion to 4th grade, which means 100% of the students met one or more of the criteria to qualify for promotion from 3rd to 4th grade. And we had a 47.2% K through 3 improving literacy piece. And I put a little definition over there. You have a number of students who are on reading improvement plans. That's what RIMP stands for. 47.2% of those students were exited off of those plans, and they're considered to be on track. So our number was 212. And so we're down to 112 students across 4 grade levels, K through 3, that are still on reading improvement plans. And so our teachers worked hard, and they got almost half the students to be in on-track status. And so when they take all those numbers and they put it into their formula at the Department of Education, we came up with a 79.7% rating, which got us 4 stars. If I was a betting man, I would say 80% or 85% would get you the 5th star. And I could double check that.
You were a math major.
I forgot the chart. I was reading so many charts.
It gives you a little more credit to your comment than just
Yeah.
non-math.
So I forgot all the different keys from all the different categories, but
Great.
I don't think you'd have to get all the way to 90% to get the 5 stars. So we're pretty close in that category to get the 5th star in early literacy as well. So early literacy on this side, all the tests at the high school level reaching the growth predictors on this side, and sandwiched in between, I think there's some good solid education going on in Tipp City.
Very exciting.
And Mr. Maines, if it pleases the board, I know there are 2 items on there, but I like to take that report and segue right into the building reports. And then when we're finished with those, then we can open up to the board for questions.
Questions on this?
Oh, if you want, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I do what?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I look at the indicators, that's astounding. You've got 2016 through 2019, all about the 50s, low 50, high 50%. It's on the 2nd page.
Yep. Yes.
And that's all pre-COVID.
Yes.
Wow, what's the secret ingredient there that took the district from 58 up to 70?
Well, the first piece, we were here, we stayed open.
No, that was pre-COVID anyway, 2018 to
Well,
2019.
I know, as they change report cards,
Mhm.
trying to find out what the criteria are and what they really mean. And so I think the more years you're with that at the, at the state level, really where you put your intervention efforts and the things that you focus on. And
So
so,
those indicators were not consistent throughout that span of 2016 to 2020.
well, they were, this is, the state says that this new report card is your new baseline. So I tried to look for things that were similar, because the last time the report card changed was 2015. And it went from 75% as the target mark to 80% as the target mark. And then there were some other calculation changes there. They have changed the report card. So for me to say that all the indicators are exactly the same and they calculate them exactly the same, that would be, not accurate, but it's just the percentages that whatever the criteria were at the state level, we're now at the 70% criteria level rather than where we were between 50 and 60%.
So, I mean, I just think that's really commendable. We want them to go from 20 to go from 50% up to 70% in that time span without COVID, because, they're not showing COVID numbers there. I'd say that's really remarkable, really. That's 20%. That's statistically significant. That's amazing.
That would be interventions, and although we just started with it, that's what the OIP declares will happen when you get that system fully integrated into your district, that you'll be able to consistently show improvement because you're addressing whatever the current real-time issues are or needs of the students, and then you put interventions and action steps in place and move it forward.
And then that early literacy, 100% promotion to 4th grade. Wow. That's no little detail. That's big. So.
We got some
That's
great
pretty cool.
principals and teachers.
It's pretty cool.
I'd like to thank the parents in the district. I mean, the parents are the ones that bring the kids to kindergarten.
Absolutely.
Our kids come to school. A lot of kids don't. They know how to read and write, the basic alphabet, what's your address, sit down, tie your shoe. We're very blessed.
Yep.
So kudos to the parents.
Big effort.
The parents give us a great product to work with. And then, of course, it's our job from there, but we're happy that our kindergarten, that's your building. Our kindergartners come ready to go.
Right, and
They're ready.
across all those groups, parents, teachers, kids, and administrators. The last 2 years, a lot of curveballs thrown at everybody, and everybody stepped up and hung in there and worked to get us back to, I guess you could call it quasi-normal now, with not as many restrictions and things that the schools have to.
And don't forget grandparents.
And grandparents and guardians, absolutely. And then just one final, if I may, because we've seen this report card system change. It's like, every. I was just wondering, the people that work with these here in the room that, are familiar with all this data crunching, how they feel about this current system. Is it something that, or how you feel about it, Mr. Stefanik, or the administrators and teachers feel about it? Do they feel like they're onto a more equitable scale, evaluation scale, or just wondered how that.
I'll open it up to the group. I think the whole group here has been one place or another in Ohio for the last 5 years. I just came back in for the last 2, so.
Can kind of start. We've been using like Patel for Kids for a long time to measure like value added growth scores. We've always looked at achievement scores. So just putting it on a report card, 5-star to me is similar to an A. So I don't know if there's a whole lot of differences from year to year. Like you mentioned earlier, that target keeps changing. That it was 75% several years ago, now it's 80. And I think they want to make sure that everyone succeeds.
That we earn that rating. We're not doing 0% given to us. We're gonna really earn
That's
it.
right, yeah.
They keep making it
So those
higher.
are the types of measures we look at pretty much anyway. So they're doing a better job of giving us reports that we can use.
That's good.
They're not always user friendly.
I'm the guy that's been here from time before they had assessments, and
it does keep changing, and
Yeah.
sometimes I'll probably be the skeptical one, because at times it's just playing a numbers game, even with early literacy.
Mhm.
Depending on how you go about it, you can make the numbers look better than what they, and I feel like Tina and Mike and I, we just put in our numbers the way they are and not try to change them to make the report card look better, because there are ways to go about doing that. So I look at it, I guess at my level, I don't have a lot of state assessments either. So you're just trying to do the best thing you can for kids,
But you
every
used
one of
to.
them.
Was the third, you were.
Yeah,
third-
I mean,
you
I
had a
did.
third grade reading guarantee for most of your career.
And I was the one, I was there when that initiated,
That's a
and
big
that was a hard pill to swallow when they tell you to make individual accommodations, but when you get to the end of third grade, every kid has to be at this point. You feel, it makes you feel uptight as a principal when you get that landed in your lap, but we have great kids. I will say that. We have great kids at Tipp City. They're good kids to have.
All right.
I
With
thought
that,
you
I will yield my position over to Simon.
So I don't have my agenda
We
loaded, so
are-
I'm not sure where we are here.
I would like to piggyback on Mrs. Zakor's comments, since we're still on the report card.
To
She was talking about the numbers.
the.
I would like, sorry that you weren't here on the board, but I would like to thank the previous school board, which was Mrs. Dahl, Mrs. Zakor, and myself. We were the three board members that really, really fought to stay in school. And that was no easy feat.
Yeah.
The hate mail that we received.
Yeah.
People asking us if we wanted blood on our hands, if we wanted to be responsible for kids dying. Kids were getting bullied. They didn't want their kid to be the only kid. I mean, I'm not gonna go through all the emails, but it took a lot of courage for the three of us to say, we're staying in school. You know, we're mask optional, but we want our kids to learn. We feel like it's safe. And, you know, like I said, Mrs. Dahl, if you're watching, kudos to you, Mrs. Zakor, thank you. And, you know, I was the third vote that was needed for that. So, you know, education is very important. And our district was one of the only districts, I think probably even in Ohio, if I heard that correctly, that we stayed in school. And, you know, Mr. Stefanik, you backed your board on that decision. So you were a new superintendent. And I mean, you know, majority rules, but you, whether you agreed or didn't agree, you know, went along with the majority of the board. And I'm sure you had feelings about it at times, you know, are we doing the right thing? Is this gonna work? Everybody else is, you know, educating their kids on the online school or the hybrid model. We fought against the hybrid model. Other schools were doing it. It wasn't effective. And we stood strong in the storm. And I think the results speak volumes. So, and for all the teachers that came in, because they reported to their classroom, and, you know, that was very, to our janitorial staff, who had to do all the additional cleaning. I mean, there was a lot that went into that.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of people to thank that really stepped up during COVID, because we could have easily just said, oh, we're just gonna do online, or we're gonna do hybrid like everybody else. And we chose to be different. I think it paid off. I really do.
Thank you.
So are we on 2A?
To be.
We're finishing,
Getting ready.
getting ready for 2B. Yeah, or not to be.
And you wanted to.
Just saying who's awake.
Shakespeare.
Just saying
Is it
who's-
Shakespeare? Are we doing Shakespeare now?
You know, I'm that quick one.
Just
I
saying
got
who's
it.
here.
Yeah, I heard it.
Anything else from the board? Next item on the agenda is 2B, 22-23 school goals presentation. Mr. Stefanik.
Yes, at this time, I'd like to, open the floor up to our 5 building administrators, and they'll talk about the plans they have for their schools as we move forward this year. And one person knows the order we're going in because he asked. And so.
My only question is, you think we'll be out, because I have a daughter playing volleyball. and-
We'll still make it.
Okay, good enough.
Mr. Barnes, let's start with the high school, and we're working backwards.
I thought Mr. Yangers was gonna go first. That's fine. You know, I don't mind talking.
From the most test down to the least test.
So,
That's a good way to put it.
so as you look at our building goals, we crafted 2 of them, one strictly academic focused and one kind of a climate focus. So our first goal is utilizing the collaboration time that we have. We're going to provide quality opportunities for students.
Do we have copies of these anywhere? They're not on the board docs. Do we have
Yeah, we don't
copies?
have it in Word doc.
We have no copies, no board docs.
Can we just
Run
start
copies?
Oh,
sheets?
you can have this one as soon as I'm done.
Yeah, and then can we put these into board docs? Is that
Oh, yeah.
possible? Okay.
Okay.
If you give me, do you have one copy or do you have more?
Well, I have all of them, but
Or give him that one. Use one.
Mine's not clean.
Yeah.
Take that one while you're talking.
that's okay. So
Thank you.
that's all right. An academic goal and some of the things we're doing to reach that is we're going to focus on, oh, thanks.
That's good. I just wanted to write it.
We're going to use data to make informed instructional decisions. I know one of the most powerful things when I was teaching was when we moved to, I was teaching elementary at the time, where I would say, I think your child reads at this level to your child reads at this level. So getting the staff to use data that they bought in over the last year, realized the importance of it. So we're going to continue to do that. We're going to use technology as much as we can. We're a one-to-one district. There's no reason not to use the technology. I would like to see that continue. And then that collaboration time on Wednesdays has been invaluable. And that's my building highlight. To a person, that Wednesday has been beneficial to everybody. We've divided it up as departments and then also as group levels. And I had with the high school, when I have teachers that teach 3 or 4 classes or teachers that teach 2 or 3 classes, I had to like assign them, you're in this group to discuss. So we looked at kind of test scores and tested subjects and broke them up that way, but they still work with everybody else. So we went with department level goals and course level goals. So the course level goals are a lot more specific. Department levels in like the math department, they actually focused on making connections with students because their department is so diverse. You know, Mrs. Malat teaches calculus, which I have no idea what she's saying. And then
Her
Mr.
husband
Kidnapke. I don't get any of that calculus at all. I learned more out of Spanish 4 than in calculus, but so they've all bought into the collaboration. They all use it very effectively. They all kind of look at it a little bit different because at the high school, you know, you don't have the luxury, if that's the right term, of having 20 kids all day long, where you can focus on reading for a significant amount of time. You focus on math for a significant amount of time. My teachers are spread thin in terms of, you know, they may have 120, 150 students, and they still have to make sure we're meeting the academic needs of them. So they're working very hard on that. That's my biggest building highlight. I mean, I can go on and on about how, you know, our staff has bought in. I could go on and on about the quality of students we have. If you look at our test scores there at the high school level, there are some things that we can improve upon. There's things that we could do a little bit differently to make it look a little bit better, but I don't see the need for that. I mean, for example, the American government test was at 80 or 79%. Probably a third of our students take CCP classes for government. They didn't take the test. So if I asked them to take the test, we might be 85% with government.
Thank you so much.
But that doesn't benefit the kids any. They don't need that test to graduate anymore. All it would do is would make the district report card look a little bit better. And if it's not helping the kids, I don't want to do it. So our second goal is about relationship building. You know, in the classroom, in the building, I think our kids are great. They're remarkable, and you should have seen all of them dressed up like Adam Sandler today. It was ridiculous. I think the girls liked it because they could just wear, you know, basketball shorts all day long or whatever they did. But that, you know, homecoming week, it's nice to see them back to enjoying being in high school again. So. Who's next? I guess you're next.
Do you want to do questions at the end or per building? What makes more sense?
However you want.
Is it okay to do per building? It's easier.
Mr. Stefanik, please.
Will of the room. Mr. Barnes, are you done with the presentation?
Yes, I am.
All right. Anyone has any questions for Mr. Barnes?
Yeah. So you mentioned we are a one-to-one device district. Do you ever foresee us getting rid of the 80-pound backpacks and having all of our books on the Chromebook?
Yes.
Oh, Hey, Barnes for president, that just, wow.
And
I
I
can't
think,
even lift my son's backpack, honestly.
I
pick it
think
up.
as we move
It's crazy.
with Mrs. Scott in the curriculum department, I know, for example, the foreign language department that did their curriculum last year said we don't want textbooks. So they have an online textbook and they used
Thank God.
some of the resources to purchase some more technology
I love
instead
that.
of buying big
I had to buy
heavy
that.
books that
Yeah.
nobody
We have
uses.
parents email us and say, my daughter is a very petite freshman. She
She'll fall
cannot
over.
lift her backpack, back.
Yeah, some of them are,
They're heavy.
Yeah, my daughter's ripped today, so
Yeah.
we had to buy a new brand new backpack.
Yeah. Well, next year you won't have to. We're gonna get.
well, we're working on
Some
it.
year.
It's a slow process.
Some year. It's a
Yay.
goal. We
It's
have
a
to have
goal.
goals. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else for Mr. Barnes?
Oh, P.S. I do love your emails. I
Oh,
like
thank
when you tell the kids, seemed a little rowdy in the halls today. Let's not take that rowdiness to the field. I love that. Those
Yeah,
crack me
it's
up.
funny.
And I always have the conversation at my house. Were you rowdy today at school? Seems like Mr. Barnes thought you all were a little rowdy.
Yeah.
So
He saved
I-
it for the field.
I love those reminders. I think they're great.
Thank you.
So my question, if I may, Mr. Barnes.
Mhm.
Your first goal, to provide quality instructional opportunities for students, evidence-based.
Mhm.
Focused on student growth. So what is the measurement of obtaining that goal?
The
'Cause I
the
didn't
issue,
see it in here.
right, so the high school, to me, it's not just a, how do we do on the state test? Because half of our kids don't take the state test. It's more, how are they doing in the classroom in that course? So, an objective measure for Algebra 1 looks this way, but an objective measure for Algebra 2, the state doesn't define that. So we have to define it as we go. And so working with the course level, and I sit in on TBTs every Wednesday. Not necessarily as, sometimes I get pulled away, but most of the time I like to sit there. So the Algebra 2, for example, would define what success looks like for Algebra 2. The French 1 would define what that looks like. We can't have objective measures all the way across because it doesn't really apply at high school level, if that makes any sense.
So those measurements are drilled in somewhere within that subject matter?
All of the,
Defined, I mean, it's visible, you can go to that and see that this is the measurement for, let's say, French.
I suppose it would depend on the course. We are working on one of the things that the building leadership team decided last year as a goal is a return to rigor. And we've seen some of that with our report card data, but more so, less so in the end result. Our kids do well with their grades. I'd like to see more of a return to rigor of you're turning in your work on time. You're actually putting the effort in that you're capable of putting in. And those are less quantifiable,
Yeah,
but still an important goal to have.
okay.
I would love to be able to say, this is how we define rigor. And we work through that, because like I said, what it looks like in an AP calculus class is completely different than what it looks like in an Algebra 1 class.
But I hear what you're saying, and I think that we're in agreement that there needs to be some measurement, some measuring stick of something in order to say that we have a goal.
And so what that would be is with our BLTs, or I'm sorry, our TBTs, our teacher-based teams, like that group will define what it looks like. So they look at their data, they say, this is the goal we want to look on or work toward. Here's how we're going to work toward it. Here's how long we're going to work on it. And then we're going to reevaluate what it looks like in 6 weeks or a month or 2 months. And I can say that every building or every department across the building is going to, I could mandate, we're going to do it for 6 weeks, but it might not work. They may need 8 weeks. They may need a semester. So at the high school, it's difficult to top down decide how we measure the success of that goal, but it's working in the departments and in the course level. They're the ones in the trenches. They can determine what the goal, what they're working on, and whether they've met it or not. I feel like I'm talking in circles.
So my conclusion on this, I just want to say, because it's been a while since the elementary levels, But in my prior parenting experience, sending kids through school, I felt the elementary levels were very good at looking at those individual sets of goals for individual children and identifying, where their progress is, where it needs to be. And then I felt like somewhere in the process of advancing from elementary to middle school and then school to high school, that all just became a little bit more cloudy and fuzzy and weak and maybe even, do you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And so I think that the elementaries are really good at honing in on that and looking at that and measuring that and keeping an eye on that and talking about it. And then I just think it'd be great to see that continue on through the middle and secondary.
And I do, as somebody that taught elementary for a long time,
Mhm.
I had the luxury of only having 50 kids or only having 60 kids at a time. Some of our teachers, like I said, have 175 kids. And that doesn't mean they don't have time to track them. It just becomes a little more difficult when you're being asked to track individual goals for 200 kids as opposed to 50 kids, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
So how, AP classes are very unique, right?
Mhm.
Because they have their own exam,
Mhm.
which is nationwide. How do our AP exams figure into the data and where, or how do we take that into account?
So the AP exams do not figure into the state
I figured,
reporting.
okay,
Neither do CCP. So for a student to get, and we can go on about graduation requirements and all of that, but for a student to get seals, that's really what the state report cards are the end of course exams are for. They can get those through the AP and the CCP also. And I believe the AP, I'm not going to speak to AP because I don't know what the cutoff is.
yeah, I was just more of a general thing as of effectiveness. So let's just say, I'll pick, AP Russian, because we don't have that class, right?
Mhm.
You've got 20 kids that take AP Russian. Every kid for the whole year gets A's, but no one passes the AP exam.
Mhm.
Clearly, there's a disconnect there.
I think it depends.
I'm not saying that happens at our school. So how do we, you know what I mean?
Yes, I think it depends on the class and
Okay,
it depends on the teacher.
okay.
It-
But
it
you as a
truly
principal,
does.
you don't, it's just not really, there's no way to really tie that back into performance or anything.
Not on a state report card.
I'm not
but we
talking
can
about the
look
state
at-
report.
we
I'm
can
talking
look at
about
it.
you, Tipp City High School
Mhm.
principal, dealing with the AP staff. How do we use those, we only have 20%, this is not us. We only have 20% of our kids passing AP exams. That's not good.
No, it's
So,
not.
right.
I mean, that's not
That's
our
not happening
number.
here, but my point is, how do we use those? How do we use our AP exam scores for effectiveness in the classroom with our AP? And, I think very highly of our AP staff,
Mhm.
but I've just always kind of wondered that.
So it becomes, and now I'm monopolizing the conversation, but it becomes part of their individual teacher evaluation.
Perfect, awesome. That's all I
That's
needed.
part of, in fact, every AP teacher has
Sure.
that as one of their
Okay,
high quality
that's all I
student data,
needed.
and we talk about
and
that.
I think highly of all those teachers, so it's just a question that I've always had, so.
Well, I'm glad I could finally
Yeah,
answer.
thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Stephani.
Ms. Warren?
Okay, at the middle school, we have 2 academic goals that rolled over from last year. So during the teacher post conferences at the end of the year, I took a survey with them and the majority wanted those goals to roll over so that we had 2 years of consistency and they were all still working on those 2 goals. So they didn't want those academic goals to change. So the academic goals are adult goals that benefit student learning. And so our first one is with all of our staff. 100% of our staff will create student-centered, standards-based learning objectives for every lesson. So basically, these 2 goals, the second one is also providing that timely and specific feedback to students for improvement for their learning outcomes. Both of those come out of data from the Ohio improvement process. If you've done any of Minalti's work or looked at any of Hattie's efficiency data. Both of those goals rolled right out of there last year. Like I started with that. I knew that our superintendent was charging us with starting the improvement process. And so we started at the building level with a BLT. And so as we worked through that's how those goals came into place. And so our teachers are working diligently on making sure that they know in their head, they know in their lesson planning what the objective of the lesson is, what the learning target is. But so often we forget to tell the kids. So it's like, we know the path we're taking the child down for them to learn, or we know what the end result we want to be, but we forget to bring them along the way from the very beginning. And so we're working diligently on making sure that those are communicated. Both of those are measured with a teacher rubric that is given to them, and I brought the rubric. So they can measure themselves as they move across the rubric. So it's kind of a self-check as they're working across. And then when we do our check-ins through the Ohio evaluation system, we also check in on those and see where you're at, how you're doing, and what the needs are. These are very observable. The first one is very observable. The second one is not, because I don't always know how the feedback from the teacher is going to the student or the student to the teacher. But we definitely can see that in the classroom. We are observing a lesson, even with a walkthrough, to see if those standards-based targets are set and if they're actually engaging in the target, in that learning target. Oftentimes, here's an example. A child studies all night long for a math test, and you ask them, okay, well, what's it over? And they freeze. They can't tell you what they actually studied. They can work the problems. If you give them the problems, they know exactly how to plug them into the formulas and work it, but they can't tell you what it is that they're working on. And so we're trying to correct that and to also help drive those assessments when they're asked to perform this. They don't know the language, but they definitely know how to complete the problem. So those two goals are designed to help with that. Our third goal is a climate goal. Middle school always has the bad rap. This month is October is Bullying Awareness Month, and behavior is always ramped up at the middle school. So our climate goal is to really push spreading kindness throughout the entire building, staff, students. We had a wonderful kickoff this year with our guest speaker on spreading kindness. He was called the Kindness Ninja, Brian Williams. And then that also came with some curriculum for us to use for our counselors to use in different settings. One of them is I had a group of 5 girls who thought that they were just teasing a young man, but he took offense to that. So our counselor is now working through a couple of those kindness lessons with them and having lunch with them one day. We also have several groups in the building that are really focusing on the kindness. We have our new Red Devil group that our 2 counselors are running that. And one of their initiatives were, it's kind of student-based. The students were chosen by their classmates who would be on the Red Devil group. And then it's kind of, a check-in with like the pulse of the student body, what's happening out there. Like the adults in the building can kind of see like what we think it is, but the students are in there and they're sharing what it really is. And so one of the things the students brought was that all of the new students that we have, I think we have 27 new students this school year across the 3, like brand new to us. Not counting all of our 6th graders are new to us, but like new to Tipp City schools. And so the kids felt like there was such a problem in the lunchroom that our new students didn't know where to sit, didn't have a group of friends yet. That's very intimidating to walk into a lunchroom and have nowhere to sit and no friend. You don't see a friendly face. So they invited them to the counseling center for a luncheon. We had it catered. I forget what they ate, but it doesn't matter. And basically paired our new students up with a student that was in Red Devil, kind of did an interest survey with them and tried to pair them in the lunchroom so that they were sitting with somebody. So our new students felt more welcome. So different initiatives are rolling out from that in trying to spread that kindness throughout the school year and change the climate of the middle school that where it's not a bully zone and it's, our kids really do care about each other. Sometimes they just make poor choices. So that's why that goal is in there.
Anyone have any questions?
What does ISR mean? See, it says ISR bully / social skill data. You have
Yes,
so many acronyms in academia.
yes.
I never keep up.
Sorry.
That's 7 years of doing this job and I still don't know half the acronyms. It's crazy.
ISR is our in-school restriction.
Okay.
So it's put into place so that we do not
Gotcha.
have to move students out of the building. We can keep them in the building. And then
Gotcha.
while they're in there, for whatever reason they're in there, we're trying to do lessons to change that behavior. So
Gotcha.
that we don't have continuous
Okay.
discipline behavior.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you also mentioned that October is bullying month.
Bully awareness,
Bully awareness.
not bully like you'll bully somebody, not bully.
Bully awareness.
Not the how-to,
We're-
not how to do that.
In Tipp, we always kind of turn it into a kindness month, the kind of,
Yes,
that's what we've always done traditionally.
yes.
Yeah, I didn't get to finish my sentence. Yes, please. It's kindness month, let's just say that. So, as the building principal, what is your role as far as bullying, being the leader of the building?
Well, I try to do it all, no, I'm kidding. No, obviously, we're trying in all of our modeling at the building and everything that we put out, like all of our bulletin boards are on a theme this year for spreading kindness. We're trying to put more activities now that we can have more activities and have parent volunteers, because you can have more activities when you have parent volunteers to help out. So we've opened the doors to have parent volunteers. We have quite a nice database for that to get started. And so as we can roll more of those activities, like this Friday, we're having our first tailgate party for our
Yeah,
strictly for middle schoolers. And just trying to do more of those social activities that spread kindness and try to help them build relationships, social relationships, like how to interact with each other socially and appropriately, rather than do their middle school thing on their own. And so as the building principal, it's just promoting that in every chance that I can. If there's an idea that comes, like, can we do this for the kids? Absolutely. And how can we promote that? And then obviously, just in how the adults in the building also are role modeling that for the kids.
So I guess specifically, do you think bullying, in your opinion, in your building, do you think it's a school issue or do you think it's a community issue?
I think it's a societal issue for the age group. Yes. And so there was a nice, Dr. Tuttlehoff sent out to the principals a nice article from a company about bullying awareness for this month. And I took a piece of that and I gave credit to its author, but I sent it out to my parents today in my newsletter, just making them aware and like 10 steps to watch for. Like if your child is coming home and they've got some different behavior happening, like watch for bullying. Not every kid goes home and tells their parent that something's happening. They're either embarrassed or they're scared. And so we're just trying to help get our parents on board too. But the statistics always show that bullying is at its highest at middle school level, not in Tipp, just nationwide. And it goes down significantly once they reach the high school because they mature and then they learn those social skills and those social relationships. And they have more empathy. I think that we have to teach kids empathy as well. Like, what would you feel like if that was you? Or how would you have felt if they would have called you that name? And so middle school is a huge time where we're actually doing the teaching for that. But in the meantime, things are happening for us to have those teaching moments. We try to preload, we try to do lessons, but sometimes, the kid has to experience themselves in order to learn from the lesson.
So my final question would be, in that equation, Amber and I get called into your office. We're pulling each other's hair every day at lunch. We're tripping each other in the hallway. It's clear the two of us do not get along. We just don't like each other. So, Mrs. Murray, I'll just use Mrs. Murray because her name's, my kids had her. Mrs. Murray says, you two, we're done. Get to the office. So we come down to see you. Where does new creative fit into that equation? At what point do we get our counselors?
Yes.
Is it called
Our
new
school,
creative?
well, our school counselors
New creation.
would
I
get
would say
involved
wrong.
first.
Okay,
Right.
right. So we try to handle it internally?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then maybe at an extreme issue, then we get them involved?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And, obviously we always get parents involved. So any child that I have in my office during the day, I don't leave for the day until I've contacted the parent.
Okay,
I can't always reach the parent, but I've at least reached out
Yeah,
trying to contact
voicemail,
them.
something.
Yes.
okay.
And
you.
so, we try to get everyone wrapped around them that we can.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I have
Says support.
Mr. Stefanik's been trying to.
I'll go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to follow up on that. We've had some conversations here recently that, to lock in with something that Ms. Vorse said, that some of our students, through no fault of their own, that they don't know where that line is between acting like a friend and maybe goofing around. And then it gets to you've just offended somebody that you consider that you're a friend. And so we're talking about ways to get those conversations started, whether it's with a trusted adult or a counselor, at the building, to talk through some of those things, so that somebody that says, oh, it's a friend of mine, we treat each other like that all the time, and the other person, they don't see it that way. And so just making them more aware, of what their behaviors, how they're being received, and how they're impacting the other person.
Mrs. Court.
I call that adolescence.
They have to learn.
It's a function of time.
Yeah.
Mrs. Boyce, you mentioned 27 new students, not like.
Don't hold me to that number. I don't
Yeah,
have it
roughly
exact.
from
Yes.
outside.
Yes.
Where, I'm just curious, where is that coming from?
What do you
I
mean?
mean, well, is it new housing? Is it?
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't check the housing.
I
It's
just
just
wondered if it's
they
people
enroll.
that have been residing in our district, but now they're coming back to the public. Yeah, I just
Some-
curious.
Some are those, some are coming to us from homeschooling or like a homeschool setting, but others are moving in. I know that we have, I think, 2 new military families that are military based and living in Tipp City. So I think it's a variety.
Okay, that's.
We have a lot of new apartments. and new
Well,
houses,
it's
new
irrelevant.
homes.
I think it's very relevant because we're talking about our facilities and planning and,
Yeah.
kind of like.
Well, I drive past on North Hyatt, some construction, so it looks like a whole neighborhood is going in back there, so. And I haven't driven out to see if there's construction on the other end, but.
When you say 27 new students, you're saying you have enrollment higher, 27 students more than you had previously, or
Well-
just new students to Tipp?
I can't give you the balance because we also have withdrawals, people move out of the district, so. To go across as to what we started with and what we have now, I could pull that data, but I don't have that with me.
So when you said 27 students are just new to Tipp?
Right, right.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, Mr. Stefani?
Okay.
Can I jump in?
That's
Because I'm
where
supposed to
you're
line judge tonight.
Yeah,
So-
that's where you're going. I was going to.
Okay.
Elementary would go.
And by the way, if you haven't been to any of the fall athletic events, you've missed out on some really good teams. Soccer teams, volleyball team, football game Friday night was an awesome football game.
Yes.
It was way more fun than winning by 35 or 40,
for
which
sure.
we've been doing. And
Yeah.
it's a blast. It's fun to announce the games. It's fun to be there. So if you missed that, that's just a high school kudos.
Well, every sports
And the
team
kids
is going to
behave
win
themselves.
the MVL or be a co-champion.
I know.
That's awesome.
And
So-
everything's always on Mondays.
Well,
We can move our meetings to Tuesday.
there's something on Tuesday too. I have a game tomorrow night too. I'm gonna jump in, I don't have a lot of state report card data. It misses me, which is kind of a blessing. The only thing we have is kindergarten readiness, and that's given before they even start kindergarten. But I do feel like we have a couple of things that are new. The state has mandated dyslexia assessments starting. It was supposed to start this year, and typical of the state of Ohio, it's now been pushed down the road to next year. But thanks to Mrs. Scott, we are getting teachers trained actually starting on Thursday and Friday at the K-3 level. And Tina's probably, the elementaries, we work really close together and we've been here a long time. So some of this stuff Tina will either just say, I've already said it, or she can repeat it. But we have teachers that are going through a cadence training on Thursday and Friday, which I think is a great tool for us for progress monitoring. It's a quick assessment. At the elementary level, I always caution there are lots of assessments out there, and I feel like sometimes you give so many assessments that you miss out on the teaching time. So you have to kind of balance doing assessments and then following up with teaching on the weak areas. So we have the Acadians coming. We use iReady 3 times a year. So our first iReady for first grade has been done. We're waiting on our iPads to all be distributed, which I think is happening in the next week or so for kindergarten to do all of their first round iReady assessments. That's one of the assessment tools that's been approved by the state of Ohio. So that's why we've stuck with that. And you can see some data down there of the growth that our kids are making since we've implemented Reading Horizons as well, and in phonics and phonological awareness. My building goal is to use to implement systems of support to ensure all learners meet their growth potential. We are using multi-tiered systems of support in academics and behaviors. PBIS kind of is the behavior side. IAT is the academic side, so we're monitoring those students. And then another goal is the climate and culture goal, and this is kind of spinning off of having been in COVID for so long. The elementaries are known for having lots of volunteers and people in, and we've shut the door on that until this year, beginning to bring some of that back, because I think that I feel like it creates a great culture. I love when parents are in my building because I love them to see what we're doing with kids. That doesn't frighten me. I think it's great for them to come in and see all the things that teachers do to help their kids, whether their kids struggling or not. So we will re-implement Project More. We did it on a small scale the last couple of years, but we're ready to open that up and have volunteers back in and helping with Project More. And those teachers who do that, that's a lot of organization for them. I'm glad that they wouldn't want me to do that. I'm just telling them to get lost in the mess. So we have teacher-based teams, and also PBIS, utilizing that. We have quarterly celebrations, actually the 20th, if you want to come see the hit of the year, I think, for the middle school, as well as us, or when the animals come for Idle Hour Ranch, they'll be there on the 20th of October. So if you want to see a couple camels, you can stop by, have a copy. They'll be there then. And then still sticking with Character Club. I've been doing that since I've been a principal, and it's one of my favorite times because it allows me to be in front of kids and teach, and we talk about just being good people. Really is what that focuses on. And the different, basically we start with respect, responsibility, and integrity, because those are our 3 words in our motto. And kindergarten kids have no idea what the word integrity means. So we try to explain it. I think that's all.
Keep rolling. Anyone else?
Keep going.
I can kind of piggyback on Mr. G. My one goal, the first goal is implementing the systems of support to ensure all learners' growth. And one of those things that we were so fortunate to have back that's going to help support that goal at Broadway is a gifted intervention specialist that's there now 2.5 days a week, meeting with not only our high COG students, but she's meeting with all 2nd and 3rd graders every other week. She's doing enrichment activities with everyone, not just our students who are identified. So that's been a huge difference this year. And also the other system that's been put in place, and it's full implementation on that reading side, is the phonics program that Nevin has done. They implemented it fully last year. Now our teachers this year in 2nd and 3rd grade are doing that phonics program. And so we're hoping that that's going to make some big differences. We're already seeing those coming from Nevin Kopic. And then the other one is our Tier 2 interventions reading provided by a specific person that's shared between Mr. Magadis and I. She's with me 2.5 days. So she's hitting those Tier 2 students who need the extra support that have not necessarily been identified for a specific learning disability, but just need the extra support outside the classroom. So the other goal is my climate and culture goal. Again, that engaging with school community, which we're so excited about. We actually started today with Project More. We have over 20 volunteers. So we are excited about that. Those volunteers come in regularly and work one-on-one with students in reading. So those are community parents, community businesses. We reach out to whoever and would like to work with our students. Another positive thing with that is just those relationship builders that they get after, every week they're meeting with those students. So it's the same person, same adult meeting with the same child. So that's been something we're super excited about this year, bringing back. And then also bringing parents back in. I'm getting ready to do my parent lunch week, which we haven't had for a few years. We'll have that in a couple of weeks, which allows parents to be in the building and, see their students, meet the teachers again. our PI activities are back in full force. And then, yeah, just having those things happening that we haven't been able to do for the past couple of years. I'm really excited about engagement with community and parents. So that's one of my goals that I'm working toward this year as we are as a school. So I'm a piggyback off of Mr. G because we do very similar things. We also have our TBTs. We did building leadership team last year. So when we meet with our data meetings throughout the year, we talk about things that are needed. And that's kind of where these things fall into place. So this year, our teacher-based teams are meeting twice a month and talking about data and talking about specific skills that they want to work on as a team. And then talking about data together to change anything that needs to be changed and tweak it in the classroom.
Little clarification, you heard about tier 2 interventions. There's tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Tier 1 interventions are interventions that pretty much open to everybody. Anytime that they struggle on a given day or whatever, you put the interventions in place to try to lift them up and enhance learning. Tier 2, it's more of a significant small s intervention or on a more continuous basis, and you might even have to bring in extra folks to help with that. And so I always like to put tier 2 like Title I reading instructors. Okay, so you got the regular classroom teacher and they go like, somebody needs a little bit extra help, you bring in the Title I person to provide some extra support to that student. And then tier 3 interventions would be the most significant with a capital S. And at that time, it might be daily interventions, and you definitely bring in some more highly trained support personnel to take care of those interventions.
Can you tell me a little bit more about Project More? How often do they go in? Is it
They're in there.
once a week?
Yes.
Twice a week? Once
Yes.
a week?
Well, it depends on the volunteer, but they're meeting with students every week regularly. Yes. So once a week, we have students that are paired up with community members that come in, and yeah, we had our first one. So the ones that are coming Monday, they would come again next Monday, meet that same student. But they're throughout the week that they come in.
Is there a specific time of the day that they come in? Like, is it noon?
We try to work around their schedule.
Oh.
So they're coming in throughout the day, and they're meeting with our students in the classroom with another teacher in a small table. And we provide the materials for the volunteer, and then they just move through things as the student progresses.
Mhm. Is 20 volunteers enough, or you need more?
I mean, we could always use more, but 20 volunteers is quite a bit.
That's
I
a
mean,
lot.
that is a lot
to
of,
start
that
with.
is a lot.
It's
Yeah,
exciting.
I was excited with that number.
We always have a lot. People really love that
Yeah,
program.
it is. And I think that the volunteers enjoy that as much as our students. You know, they don't just sit and read, that's their main focus, but they talk about, what's exciting happening and different, successes that they're having in the school during their school day. So it is a great program.
Thank you.
This is a course.
Mrs. Smith, could you please, for the benefit of the people listening to this,
Sure.
talk, and I mean, just at a surface level, the upcoming state requirement for the dyslexia testing and what that's gonna look like, what you're doing to prepare for that?
So we are, like he had mentioned, we're going to be using Acadians. That was one of the screeners that they've approved. So we have 4 teachers that are being trained as mentors that will train our staff on how to use that. So it's basically a quick screener to determine whether or not students may need the additional support. Like he had mentioned in that tier 2, it just gives us more data to look at specifically. And what we really like about it is it's, they can do a reading assessment, or they can do iReady, which those are longer periods of time. With Acadians, the screen, it's supposed to be a minute. So in a minute, we can get a snapshot of a student's learning as far as connected to reading, and be able to specifically help them in areas that they need. Then it's about every 2 to 3 weeks, we can do again, just parts of that. So that will come in next fall. So next fall, all students will have that
It's a
screener.
requirement
Yes.
in 20.
And that's, that could change, but they have bumped it to next fall. So it was supposed to be now, they've moved it. So we're trying to get ahead of that and have all teachers trained in that Acadians program so that we have a screener put in place and trained before next fall when it starts.
And then if the child is identified with dyslexia, then what?
And so we don't identify students,
Okay.
but there may be some things that we notice as red flags.
that could be, and so we're gonna put some things in place for them. Obviously, the parent would be involved in that and knowing that here's what we're doing with your child. But we wouldn't diagnose, or it's just more of characteristics of a dyslexic child is what we can find from a screener.
So the intent of the law as it is now, and when it's supposedly going to be enacted, is to what? Bring
I think
attention to
I think for
educators and parents?
Yes, I think it's, for us, it gives us at that early age, at that early level, specific, areas in the reading profile that we can help support. I think before, not necessarily Tipp City, but in generally speaking, you do a reading assessment, it doesn't give you the data that maybe you need to support in specific areas like this is going to give us. And to track, because typically assessments, like Mr. G was sharing, they can be long and cumbersome and take up your day, but with something that you can do in a quick snapshot, it's going to give us a lot of data pretty quickly. Yeah. And more to come. Our staff will be trained throughout the school year on those modules, and then we'll hopefully be ready to go in the fall.
Good. Okay, thank you.
So we like to be pre instead of August, so it's very nice that we're able to do this. The state pushed it back, but that to me is our benefit because it gives us more time to really feel comfortable with the screeners and what this is going to give us as far as data.
Anyone else? It's just fine.
Mr. Reagan?
All right. Well, early in August, all of the administrators got together up at Tipp City Center here, and the district leadership administration. We looked through all the district level goals and the mission and the vision, and the two areas that we kind of worked on together were in the areas of meeting the individual learning needs of students, and also looking at how improvement process. And so for me, meeting the individual learning needs of students, that's kind of more of an academic goal for us. And I felt like the MTSS, that multi-tiered systems of support, would be the best route for our building, so we can meet those individual learning needs of students. When we look at report card data, building data, it tells us 80% of our students pass. But the heart of what you learn is what percent, which ones, how do you improve? You have to look at the individual students. So this allows us to look at our data for individual students and find out what supports they need in the classroom to be more successful. And then we just track to make sure that they're making typical growth or stretch growth. And if they're not, we're going to increase the supports and give them the things that they need to be successful. That could be in academics, could be in their behavior. It might even be an attendance area of areas where they need support. We also have the gifted intervention specialist that provides individual learning needs at the high levels, and it actually provides enrichment for all of our students at least twice a month. So they're doing some fun activities right now with wind energy, which was very fitting with the hurricane that just came through. So they were learning about how to make these model vehicles that use wind and see how far they can go with them. We also, on the communications, and I know we've been working on the high improvement project. It's just a way for us to work as a district level team, the building level team, and then our teacher-based teams that we're always in communication. We're working together on common goals. Right now, I'm meeting with our teacher-based team. So for example, it could be our fourth grade math team twice a month, and we're looking at data. We're looking at assessment items. We're looking at how we can change instructional practices, how we can put interventions in place, how we can teach things a different way to better our students in general. We also want to reinstate all those parent community opportunities in our building. We also have Hope Squads getting started, so we have student representatives who are spreading the kindness and the positivity throughout the building, right around the corner. Yeah, they, you know what?
That seems crazy, it's so young. Oh, wow.
So just some highlights from the building right now. TBTs, we've been meeting regularly. That seems to be going really well. It's nice. I've heard some positive feedback, but it's just good to get together and talk through educational topics. We've got some STEM activities, like which I mentioned with Ms. Gresco. We've got Jess Mianos helping out that tier 2 level for our struggling readers. She's helping right now. I talked to her this morning. They're working on fluency and like building context clues with some of our struggling readers. So far, we've had the kickoff team building activities that kicks off the beginning of the year. The Spreading Kindness Assembly was awesome. We have a bingo bash. A lot of these are Mrs. Cook's activities, if you're familiar with LT. NFL punt, pass and kick contest, mileage club, soccer shootout. We have our science, math, and technology clubs are underway. And some upcoming events, which some of them are open to the public. We have our Veterans Day activities. We've got a career day coming up later this month. Our fourth graders are taking a trip to Stillwater Prairie. We've got our big hoedown dance for our fourth graders. So they're going to be doing some square dancing. Free throw contest. And we also have a quiz bowl club that's getting ready to get started. And we are at the end of our readathon, and our students have read over 100,000 minutes over the last 2 weeks. Wow. So good things going on. So,
Do you still do the blizzard glass?
we do. Yeah, that's
Aw.
around the winter time. So I didn't put that on here, but yeah, that's,
Well,
do
just,
you remember that one?
I thought those social, adult social events were just precious in helping those, young people transition into that with their date, so to speak. I think it's amazing, and I'm so glad you're still doing it.
They're awesome.
I was really impressed with that.
Like it.
It's that introductory, that's sort of like you're dressed up and there's your dad on your
And they
mother.
go out to eat. and
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
go
a
somewhere fancy.
It
It's-
is.
Yeah, it's coming up. I
It's
got the
really,
invite.
really sweet, really good.
It was during warmer temperatures last year.
It was a spring fling last
Spring
year.
fling.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
You still do the Dragons baseball game?
We do have that collectively with the other
Awesome.
elementary
Oh, good.
principals. We all get together
Yeah.
and go.
That's
We have
sort
a
of-
Dragons night at the park, so.
That's sort of it's always around your birthday. I feel like sometimes it's actually on your birthday.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works. Do you plan that? Kids, we're here for Mr. Rebecca's
No.
birthday. I'm joking.
Just whenever they have a home game right in May after testing.
That's always a really fun, that's always a really fun event too for all of the,
Yeah.
all the kids.
My
It's
kids
fun.
love that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
awesome. Good.
Awesome. Thank you.
So many good memories in your building, Mr. Bagnus. Those are some easy years. Those are easy years,
The end of our presentation.
pre-social media.
I'd like to thank all of you for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you so
Absolutely.
It was
Thank you.
excellent. Appreciate all you do. Next item is the executive session.
We take a 5-minute recess. I'd like to make a motion, to take a 5-minute recess before.
There's a motion for a 5-minute recess.
into executive
Is there a
session.
second?
I second.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Brown for a 5-minute recess and discussion. Mrs. Fox, please take a vote for the 5-minute recess.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Means,
Yes.
Crabtree,
Yes,
Zakor.
Yes.
motion passes. The time is now 6:17. We'll take a 5-minute recess and resume at that time.
I'm gonna squeeze by you. I'm not gonna step on you. Don't worry. My balance is way up there. Hey, free water. Free water. Which way?
our last little bit of that.
All right, time is 6:22. Resume from the short 5-minute recess. Next item is item
Wait,
3A.
wait, Ian's not here.
Not coming, it's okay.
Okay.
It's item 3A during executive session. Purposes are during executive session for purposes authorizing their Board of Education Policy 166 and Ohio Revised Code 121.22G1 to consider the complaint against a public employee or official, and G5 to consider matters required to be kept confidential by federal law or regulations or state statutes. It's my understanding, and feel free to add anything, that people who may or may not be invited back at various times during the executive sessions on the two matters are Dr. Tuttle Huff, Mr. Stefanik, and Mrs. Fox. Is there anybody else that may be invited back?
Is there any action that's gonna be taken?
First, I'm asking if there's any.
Okay. No, we all said no, motion carries.
All right. Anybody else that might be invited back, Then I don't believe does anybody believe any action is going to be taken?
I think there could be, yes. I think action could be taken.
All right, there could be action taken following the executive session.
Correct.
All right, anything else? All right. Is there a motion?
I'll motion.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Dunaway,
No, second by Zakor.
or motion by Dunaway and second by Zakor. Any discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. We are now entering executive session. The time is 6:24 PM.
So we're starting with just Tuttle Huff.
So
Go ahead.
Start.
We are now returning from executive session to regular session. Time is 10:07 p.m. Next item is 4A Facilities Committee Architect Report. The Facilities Committee reconvened on October 4th, 2022. Following the presentations of the architects that were presented to the Board of Education on September 26, 2022. Because I wasn't able to make that meeting, the Facilities Committee until the end, but the Facilities Committee discussed certain items and felt that performing the evaluation of the RFQ based on the information presented was warranted. Also, as a result of some members of the committee not being present in what they learned in that presentation. So then that was performed on October 7th, 2022, which was last Friday. And that recommendation or that reevaluation rubric resulted in a change in the facility committee's rubric result, moving from Ridgely Architects to Garmin Miller. Again, very, very close. It was a 1-point difference, except it just swung the other way. And so I'm reporting that to you. I believe that rubric is that emailed to everybody. Yes. And so that's the report. Any questions?
Can we attach that rubric so that the community can see it as well? It's not confidential, is it? It's a public contract.
It's a document.
Yeah,
I can scan it in
Right.
the morning and attach it to
I
the.
mean, I think it's important. I mean, we're gonna ask our community for $51 million or 53 or 50. So if we can attach it, I think it's just information. The more you can get people to feel like they're included in the process, the better your chances are for buy-in. And we just always want to be transparent.
Have the document in my office, we'll scan it.
Thank you.
In the morning.
Appreciate that.
Next item is
Oh. Hey, I make it because it's 10:10 and we've been here for 5 hours and 10 minutes or 5 hours and 20 minutes for those of us who got here early. Not that I'm counting. But I would like to make a motion that we table items 4B, 4C, and 4D until the regularly scheduled board meeting, but that we still do old business 5A and 5B.
there's a motion to table items 4B, 4C, and 4D by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Maines. Any discussion? All right, present motion before the board is to table items 4B, 4C, and 4D to our next meeting. Mrs. Fox, please take the vote, please.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes,
Zakor.
Yes,
motion passes. Items 4B, 4C, and 4D are tabled until the next meeting. Next item on the agenda is under old business, architect Garmin Miller. The recommended action is approval of the architect selection as recommended by the facilities committee.
What was the recommendation? We didn't get that answer in 4A. Oh, well, you said
Garmin Miller.
1-point difference. Okay,
Garmin
I'll make the
Miller.
motion.
All right, motion to approve Garmin Miller as the architect made by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Maines. Is there any discussion? All right, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes,
Zakor.
yes,
motion passes. Next item is 5B, prior minutes from September 26, 2022. Recommend actions approval of the minutes from the September 26, 2022 board meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Any discussion?
I wasn't at that meeting, so that will reflect my vote.
the same for myself. I was not at that meeting, but I was watching very proudly 800 some young Americans graduate from their basic military training in
Aww.
the Air Force, and it was just amazing. I'm very proud.
Good for you.
Very proud to be an American down there and see those young men and women in formation and their blues on. That was just amazing.
That's awesome.
Big.
It
I
was
mean,
big.
I mean, is that a big group? 800 or?
I think it is.
I think it is.
Yeah, that was their squadron. Yeah, I think it's pretty big.
Very cool. Congratulations.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
lot to be proud,
Congratulations
lot to be
to
proud
them.
of. Any other discussion? All right, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Abstain.
Drum,
Yes.
Means,
Yes,
Patry,
Yes,
Zakor.
Abstain.
motion passes. Next item is 6A, upcoming meetings. Next regular board meeting will take place on Monday, October 24, 2022, beginning at 6 p.m. Next regular board meeting after that will be on Monday, November 14, 2022 at 6 p.m. Is there just a note on that is that we know we need to change that November 14th meeting.
Yeah, Capital Conference.
Yes.
And so,
15th? Does that work for everybody? Oh, well, no, Capital Conference is the 15th still.
so
What
I,
about,
what I might suggest is that maybe Mr. Stefanik figures out all of our availability for that month, and then we address it at the next meeting.
what about the 21st, just the week after? Is everybody available? The 21st?
I'm not.
Okay,
It's the
that's
week of
okay.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
Somebody's
that's
going out of town.
I'm going out of town.
I'm not sure if my calendar is up to date at this
Okay,
point, so
okay.
I would suggest that.
Mr. Stefanik, what about, can you send an email for the 28th? Because Amber can't do the 21st. So we already know that. So that leaves the 28th.
Or could we go early the 7th?
isn't that our regularly scheduled meeting?
No.
We moved it to the 14th
one that
because of
month.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
Well, so my suggestion would be that we communicate our potential availability with Mr. Stefanik.
Okay.
And then we hopefully have some consensus to bring to the board at the next meeting.
Yeah, they moved Capital Conference. Yeah, okay, all right.
Any other discussion? Anything else for the good of the group? I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned by Mrs. Dunaway, is there a
Second.
second? Second by Mrs. Zakor. Any discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Means,
Yes.
Patry.
Yes. Passes, we are adjourned at 10:15.
Wasn't
All right.
energetic, yes. Yes.
Well, I stole his thunder.
Agenda.
He usually makes the motion and I snuck up on
He didn't
him.
get the motion or the.
I surprised him.
I did get some greedy.
I think he was pouting. That's usually his job. You're a pouting, weren't you?
I